markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
China Chamber of Commerce to the EU group held a meeting with EU officials on auto cooperation. So 6 members from companies including NIO, Xpeng, Xiaomi, and Eve Energy attended the meeting. Seeing shares of Goldman Sachs down about 0.5% after Q2 results. Also, China Chamber of Commerce to the EU Auto Working Group expressed concerns global trade tensions could have spillover effect on direction of EU policy. Also, with the ASML, CEO says still not at the end of tariff discussions. Customers try to understand what tariffs mean. Tariff uncertainty invites more caution. Also, see Morgan Stanley shares falling 3.2%, most since April 30th. J&J shares climbing 6.1%, the most intraday since July 2023. Goldman Sachs CEO says that geopolitical concerns and pending trade deals remain risks. Seeing shares of Tesla up 1.8%. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, we're expected to hear from FedSpar. FedSpar speaking on financial regulation at the Brookings event on financial regulation. Text is expected with Q&A from a moderator, and there is a video. We'll get that video out for you in the feed as well. Cable declining 0.1%, the lowest since May 20th. S&P 500 raising opening gain, Nasdaq 100 falling 0.3%. We've also posted out the video where FedSpar is speaking at 10 a.m. Eastern Time on the Financial News feed for you to watch.
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay? And if you're sick and tired of hearing my voice in this ad, which is pretty sad, all you've got to do is go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Beautiful, big, huge discount. So what are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
5 minutes to go until we're expected to hear from FedSpa speaking on financial regulation at the Brookings event, where text and Q&A are expected. The live video is on the feed for you to watch. One minute to go now to expecting text from FedSpa. Ten seconds. Fed's Bar comments in prepared remarks. It says regulation must evolve with financial system. Warns that relaxing rules can create vulnerabilities. Past cycles of boom and bust tied to weakened regulation. We do have his speech. We'll post it on the feed for you. Nasdaq 100 turns negative, last down about 0.13%.
Bring that over here. Oh, they didn't even wait, did they? Right at 10 a.m. like clockwork. I don't even think they waited for 10. It's like it says expiration. So it's like sell, 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 sell. Why? Because it's expiration. The new VIX contract. It's like fucking clockwork. Look at that shit. All right. Those glasses are clean. Gotta get that new contract VIX up. Like fucking. The worst part is they blame it on every fucking thing else except for what it is. Oh, why do you think we're selling today? Motherfucker, it's VIX expiration. That's why we're selling. Fucking Christ. The worst part is like once it's over, it's like it never happened. All right. Thanks for the ice water. I appreciate it. She I think she might have a little bit of sadomasochism in her. All right. Here we go. I took a little bit of a break this morning. Here, I woke up this morning and good morning out there. How y'all doing? Get rid of that break time. Whew. So today's expiration, as you probably already know. First off, I apologize for being a little bit late this morning. I belong to a yacht club, and I don't get there that often. But when I do get there, my youngest daughter, she wants me to. I mean, I kind of understand. She's young, and I'm getting older. Well, one good thing about this, now my youngest is like 12 years old. She's a young girl, and she wants the same benefits, right? She's like, I don't care that you're getting old. You got to be young with me. And she specifically does this when no one's around. She's like, I'm gonna beat on daddy, and she like sweet talks me into it. So last week we went swimming, and she wanted to jump off my shoulders repetitively. You know, this kid's like, I don't know what she weighs. I don't know, 90 pounds or something. So it's like climb all over daddy, jump off the shoulders. And then she sweet talked me yesterday. This was after the show yesterday. She sweet talked me into teaching her how to race off a dock. And I'm feeling it. I had to stretch out this morning. I'm feeling it today. I feel like she ragdolled me or something for a second time in a week. Anyways, happy summer, I guess. And she was happy, so and she gets her time in with me. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here, and I'm like, at least she'll have these memories of her dad doing shit that he should not be doing at his age. You know what the neat part though was, if there is a neat part to the story, even though I feel like I could be putting a full body cast today. But if there was a good part to the story, it's that this is real. As I was teaching her how to race yesterday, a lot of like old information came back to me. Because I was a lifeguard, and I swam, and I was competitive for a minute or whatever. But I remember being taught how to race.
The OpenAI to take cut of ChatGPT shopping sales and hunt for revenues.
You know, be more arrow, as they say. There's a couple things going on here, so we'll get into this here in just a minute. But there's a couple things going on here this morning. So we're in Expiration. We got a little bit of an unclench yesterday. A little bit before Expiration itself, but you could kind of get the idea. I don't know if you did, but I got the idea on Monday to start putting some hedging on the high on Monday. So in anticipation of running into Expiration.
ChatGPT.
And I found it I'm serious. I found it comical. I found it comical that we squeezed up at like 9 p.m. on Monday night. I was like, that looks like a top to me. I was like, that looks like a liquidation grab. And no, the NVIDIA news is not good enough. That fucking news was old.
So I said AI plans to take a cut from online product sales made directly through ChatGPT as Sam Altman-led group looks to further develop e-commerce features in the hunt for new revenues.
That news was old, and I'll just tell you that this morning. That fucking news was like days old.
Platform with an option to click through links to online retailers. It also announced a partnership with payment group Shopify in April.
So there was, like looking for a reason to squeeze is what I assigned to it.
Serafin from the EU says EU Commission proposes overall budget of 2 trillion euros for 2028 to 2034.
Any excuse to get up there. So we got up there on Monday night. And I felt pretty confident yesterday going down. And then this morning, I'm like, we're opening right around 625. We're close enough, right? At 625. When you're on zeros and fives in cash markets, and there's going to be supply there. no matter what you say or do or whatever, there's going to be a supply there. And they came right in off that open this morning at 9:30 and started unloading. Now, we are in Expiration as well, right? So you've got the liquidity grab between Monday and Tuesday. You get the down day yesterday in advance, 1 day in advance of Expiration. And it being a VIXY day, you know, I think, or I was asked earlier this morning, like, what do you think about why we're going down? And I was like, it's Expiration. Like, you don't need another reason. It's good enough. It's Expiration. Sell. New VIX contract. Get that VIX pumping. So that's currently what we're doing. If you want to look on if you look at home on a chart, that's a 1 hour chart. Go to a 1 hour here, and you can see
The Commission proposes
the 1 hour reversal candle right here. So you get the hour up, and then you get the hour reversal candle here to the downside. That's not a good sign, is it? If you're just looking at candlesticks, nothing else, just candlesticks, one big old green hour bar and one big old green reversal candle. These are also known, I think, as tweezers or something like that. These signify on an hourly basis a pretty big reversal. Now,
the Commission proposes 218 billion euros for less developed regions.
On a 4 hour basis here, still kind of indecision, but we're at the bottom end of this candle. We're not at the top end of this candle, we're at the bottom end of it. So that kind of looks like shit too. We're just looking at candles right now. That's it. Just candles. Let's go back to this hour right here. And look at this. None of this looks good. There's a little bit of a dip buy going on down here at 621.24. So take a look at that. There's a little bit of demand down here. And we'll see if this demand persists or kind of gives it up and coughs it up to the downside.
The Commission proposes 451 billion euros for European Competitiveness Fund.
Let's take a look right here. So you got sellers coming in right at 9, right? Here's 9:30. Then we got 10 a.m. attempt to sell again. That actually might be a buy. Looks like they tried to sell it down. And I think we still have more down to go, but I could be proved wrong. Never going to be always right. In just a moment here. I'm going to go over and I got to check the triggers and stuff. Yeah, it's still fighting for, and we turn that off there. We don't need to see any of that. We don't need to see none of this shit. You guys are pros out there, right? You don't need to see that. You don't need to see any of this. You guys just count candles. That's what I was told. I was told everybody counts candles. They're fucking smart. So we're not going to show candles anymore in the show. We're gonna teach you how to count candles and trade candles.
US Trade Representative Greer says the US is losing advanced manufacturing along with
Put that one on right there. Rid of that. Bring that over. See what we got going on here. Where is 9:30? You can see they're trying to defend this 25. They're trying to defend the 25 and the 30. $625.50 they're trying to defend right there. See if I can go any higher here.
10 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, we get the EI crude oil inventories data. Forecast is for a draw of 0.50 million. Prior was a build of 7.07 million. Gasoline inventory is looking for a draw of 1.5 million. Prior was a draw of 2.658 million. Distillate inventories forecast is for a draw as well of 1.5 million. Prior was a draw of 0.
Where this high is right here.
And crude Cushing inventories prior was a build of 0.464 million.
Oh, right. All right, well, at least we've got at least know where the sellers are now.
Data from yesterday, so it's a bit mixed. Public sources had a completely different number, but from official sources, API crude oil stock change came in at a build of 0.8 million compared to the expected draw of 2 million. Cushing stock change came in at a build of 0.1 million. Gasoline stock change came in at a build of 1.9 million. And distiller stock change came in at a build of 0.8 million.
Is that right? Yeah, I got that right.
US Trade Representative Greer says China's cumulative tariff rate is 55%.
There. And put this one where? A second here, guys. I just got a few things I got to do. They just got to hit that fucking if they just hit that pre-market low.
Then for the range, then for the crude oil inventories, looking for a range of a build of 2 million, when a low estimate of a draw of 4.733 million.
There's still a little bit of pre-market gap left behind here. The 10-year yield is coming down right now. Still buyers on SPX Gamma on the island. See this down here.
US Trade Representative Greer says Trump's expanded tariff program is bearing fruit in terms of industrial investment in the US.
Dixie's moving up right now. Dixie's moving up right now as it gets closer to 99.262 or so. It could start to become bearish. It's not right now. It's just in line right now. VIX 9-day wants to crank. It's not quite getting the gas yet to crank. Notice there were some buyers in JPM. I noticed that earlier this morning, but it's kind of stalling. HYG looks good.
It says, I want to reverse the trend of US trade deficit and keep it decreasing over time.
So it looks like just bullshit expiration. One quick second here. We still haven't hit 625.48 either. On there. Up here. Or 50. 625.50. Still haven't hit that one yet either. I got no trade here. Like, we're not on the top and we're not on the bottom. If we had traded 625.50 up here, I'd be like, start selling the fuck out of this, but it's kind of like a shit sell right there.
Since June 27th against the US dollar. Trade Representative Greer says we have to be clear-eyed about the challenge before US in reindustrializing the US.
We sold the pivot point this morning. There's S1, there's S2. So downside target 618.22.
5 minutes ago, to get the crude oil inventories data, forecast is for a draw of 0.5 million. Prior was a build of 7.07 million. Gasoline inventories and distillate inventories looking for a draw of 1.5 million each. Gasoline inventories prior was a draw of 2.658, and prior for distillate was a draw of 0.825 million. Crude Cushing inventories prior was a build of 0.464 million.
Just a second here, guys. Pivots. Get rid of those. Just one quick second here, guys. Now, there's no trade here. You need to see this go down or up, one or the other. There's still gap left behind from the morning lower. Could be an argument to go long here, but want to be over 623.60. In a second, I got a few more things to do here. Where is Sona? Let's take a look at the star. I'll describe this to you. Yeah, 618. It's so close. Like 618 would be like on a monthly basis. If you look at monthly candles, like 618 would be a nice place to go long. And then if we unclench, man, we could go as low as 587. It's possible we could go as low as 587, 588.
Says that they can't agree to draft budget in current form.
That green. A weekly at 592. There aren't many, like, I'm looking here, like.
1 minute to go now, lead with the crude oil inventories.
So, like, the doorway lower is below 618. I can see that clear as day. You got to be below 618 to start talking about working on last month's candle. Today's 16th, so weekly there at 617.12.
Swiss government says trade deal with US is awaiting Trump's sign-off.
Check this daily.
10 seconds. draw of 3.859 million, a draw of 3.859 million compared to the expected draw of 0.50 million. Gasoline inventories, a build of 3.399 million, build of 3.399 million compared to the expected draw of 1.5 million. Distilled inventories, a build of 4.173 million compared to the expected draw of 1.5 million. Crude cushioning inventories, build of 0.213 million. We have posted out the report for you in the feed as well. So a reminder, in about 30 minutes time, Trump greets Bahrain leadership, and then 15 past 11, he's expected to have a meeting with Bahrain leadership.
We're still holding up the day right now. Let's keep an eye on hold on here. Make sure I got that right. So like the day that's holding us up right now is 6:22:55, right where we are. Four hours getting hammered right now.
Hassett said the Fed has been very, very slow. Hassett says inflation data has been fine.
There. Four-hour sellers are in the house.
Hassett says the Fed needs to get back on curve where the rates should be. So Hassett currently speaking on Fox Business at the moment. Again, Hassett said the Fed needs to get back on curve and where rates should be.
You mean higher, right? Is that what Hassett means? White House senior advisor Hassett saying the Fed has been very, very slow. Inflation data has been fine. That's false. There's no truth in that. This is a tough place right here. I'm looking at this in the background. There's no real trade here. You kind of have to be above. Where we are. To take this trade here. So just a note to you out there, if you're trying to put on a trade right now, don't. There's no trade here. There's a trade above here. There's a trade above here to hit this target right here. But we could easily reverse here and start blasting down in the depths of hell. So if you look on like a 30-minute candle, look on a 1 minute or a 1 hour candle, look at a 4 hour candle, it doesn't look good. Even though this looks great, this looks like it's going to squeeze on a 1 minute basis, but if you look on a higher time frame, it doesn't look good. It looks like shit. Let's look at this one more time here. I'm not seeing anything that looks good here. Still looks like shit. I could argue that this is going up and down, up or down, and I think both would be valid here. Right there. I had to give any, like, if I had to say, this is the best trade, probably down. We're going down. Let's go here to 1 minute. There's still gap to close down below. Save that. Way is lower. Yeah, we're stuck. Clay, there's no, like, we're going down if you want to know. I think we're going down. We need to be higher to be going higher, so the way is lower right now. I was hoping we'd get a little bit more movement between 9:30 and 10:30, but we're not there yet, so don't do anything. Give me a second here. I've got some other stuff I'm going to look at here and see if we can trade something else. It's mind-boggling. I'm like reading some of this asset commentary, and it's mind-boggling that oh, UMAC's starting to move. AMPX or AMPX already moved. What's UMAC doing right now? So you can get involved in UMAC.
Hassett ends remarks on Fox Business.
Let's take a look at a ticker together. So this is Unusual Machines. They basically buy Chinese parts to drones. This looks like a Chinese drone builder. I mean, they're American, but we've been looking at them a few times recently. They remind me of there's this kid that I watch on YouTube, and let's go look at a daily basis on this stock. There's a kid that I watch on YouTube. This is a recent IPO. One quick second here. Hey, we got some triggers. Look at that. This whole triggers don't help me. Let's get a nice push. Yeah, this one right here. So we got that prior high right there. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Closer. Let's look at velocity. Daily's not done, but almost done. Weekly looks great. Weekly closes. This should be closing on highs in the week. This is the 30-minute. Hourly looks like shit, but the daily still looks good. This looks like it still wants to come down. The hourly on this looks like shit right now. This looks like shit too. Can I get puts on this? Hang time. This is by the way, this is ticker symbol UMAC. Now there is something to be said for this. Let's look at this in another way. Bring this over here. And that's what I want to look at right there. You can put a bunch of different counts on this too. One, two, that helped. Yep. 3, 4, maybe right there. 5. Something like that. And there's still this gap down here. I think that's false. Look at this here. Hold on here. Take a peek here. This is a monthly candle here. This all looks good. This is all strong here. There's this big sweep down below here. This is where the pain is right here, 594. There's your S4 and your S5 down here. There's all kinds of pain down here. I don't see you getting down. I don't see you guys getting down here. I don't see any of that as being viable. I could be wrong, but there's your monthly. If SPY goes down there, this goes down here. 4 hour. There's a whole bunch of support in here. I'm gonna have to add this one. Whole bunch of support right there. No one wants to sell. You can tell that nobody wants to sell. Nobody even wants to sell the market. You can see that. It's clear as day. Need some bad news. Or there. This is kind of the same problem as this ticker's got the same problem that SPY has. You can see it right here. Pretty decent visual representation, right? You've got a ton of fucking support just parked right here. You know, it's just this little bit of selling above. You can see it right here. So like an hourly candle sell. So you kind of need like we need a reason to sell. You can see these like big red candle right here trying to sell it down. And this does make sense too. You've got this, you know, to really start pumping, you kind of need to come down here and close some of this garbage out. There's gaps all in here that need closed out. But there's no real reason to sell down there. I'm going to set an alert right here. 9:39. Set an alert on, I don't know if we can get down here. I set an alert at $9.39. I don't know if we can get down here. We need a reason to get down there. We need like a market reason to get down there, but there isn't one. And there's a ton of support here. You can see it. Just check this against. This is June 17th. Yeah, this fucking thing moves on its own too. We're a little bit down over here. Kind of moves down with the market. I think it's got the same problem that SPY has. Nobody wants to sell. Everybody's on here. Everybody's fucking long here. Tight air. Third. picture of this one. Sorry about that. Hold on a second, guys. $25.50. Yeah, I'm like looking at some stocks here in the background. Not just this one. I'm looking at a couple more right now, and they don't want to fucking sell. Like this UMAC is a prime example of this. Like there's nobody fucking selling.
The EU used to create almost 400 billion euro crisis mechanism for 2028 to 2034.
Ooh, I'm making money. We're squeezing. Nope. What's going on here? They just don't fucking look at this here. They just don't fucking care. Look at this. I don't know if they're trying to take my stops or what, but
Trump asked GOP lawmakers if he should fire Fed chair. That's
Yes,
according to CBS.
he asked European lawmakers if he should fire the Fed chair.
Keeping an eye on the dollar, seeing movement towards the downside off the back of that there. Again, CBS says that Trump asked GOP lawmakers if he should fire Fed chair. S&P 500 did see a little bit of move towards the downside off of the back of the headline there.
Well, we're getting the catalyst now. I got longs on here. Where this green box is right here. $9.39.
So Trump asked GOP on Tuesday about firing Powell. Trump indicated he will fire Powell, according to what lawmakers say.
Well, you can see this right here. Let me show you this, guys. So here's UMAC right here, right? You can see right here that they're dropping bombs on it. Here's one right here, like down right there, down right there, down right there. But when you look at this chart, there's so much support here. Just like buy it all, buy it all. And we really need to be lower. We need to be at like 939, 868. You can see the same thing going on right now with SPY. You can see it right here. Like just dropping bombs right here. Drop another bomb right here. Drop another bomb right here. Just like the market needs a reason to sell, but there is no reason to sell. I mean, there's expiration reason to sell, but come on here. Okay, this is GOP, not. I thought he said EU. It says here Trump asked Republican lawmakers if he should fire the Fed chair. He can't fire the Fed chair. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Sport's still holding right now. Let's look at this one. TLT. Trump indicated that he'll fire Powell. He can't, I don't think he can. From my understanding, he can't. Unless he commits a felony, I think. I think he has to commit a felony. Yeah, they can only be removed for cause from the president. This means they can't be fired simply because the president disagrees with their policy decisions. There's a reason why there's independence for the Fed. The cause for removal, the statute governing the Fed stipulates that members of the board of governors, including the chairman, can only be removed by the president for cause. The limited scope of cause. The courts have historically interpreted cause as requiring inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance in office. Policy disagreements alone are not sufficient grounds for removal. The Supreme Court has reinforced the idea that commissioners and independent agencies like the Federal Reserve are protected from being fired at will. I know that Trump has criticized Chair Powell, but you know, like Hassett's making the case that he can be fired for cause, for being negligent of his duty, but you know, it's kind of, I don't know. This is a hard one. Like, it'll never pass muster in a court of law is the point. So, you're not going to take this to a court of law and not get trounced. That's my point, is that like, you're going to get trounced if you go to a court of law. A prime example of this would be if you read the article, I'll post this on Twitter. Like, here, hold on. Mm-mm. Yeah, that shit ain't never happening. Trying to like find a reason why he could fire Jerome, but he brought up the building. He bought like this earlier this week. He brought up they tried to spin that they like throwing like fish out to see if there's any biting, or not fish but like bait. They tried talking shit about the new renovations at the Fed, and Jerome was like, we have an inspector, bro. There's like people that we have oversight over that. Just so that I can't get fired. Now they're fishing, saying that he's been derelict in his duties to the country. But if you look at any of the PCE data, any of the durable goods services, CPI data, any of that stuff, he has cause not to cut rates. He has legitimate. You'd be out of your fucking mind right now to be cutting rates. If anything, we're closer to a fucking rate hike. I know people don't want to believe that. I've said that before, and people are like, no, bro, you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, I do know what I'm talking about. Like, I literally do know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm like, you can, you know what? It's the comical part, too, is that people come back later and they're like, oops. Well, I wanted this to happen. You're like, yeah, but I told you why it wasn't going to happen. And they go, yeah, but I wanted this to happen. And it's like, yeah, but none of the data agrees with you. Like zero of the data agrees with you. Never did. It's like, I want this, but yeah, even though you want it, doesn't mean doesn't make it so. Like it's like, I don't know if it's like just comedy or it's got to be financial comedy. I mean, I don't know if it's like I think that's what Vol Wiz calls it, like financial comedy. It's like, it's got to be like fish until you find something, or maybe it's smoke and mirrors. That was my other thing I was thinking of yesterday. It's got to be like smoke and mirrors. It's got to be the fucking White House. It's got to be trying to take. It's either like White House trying to get direction, like focus on this and not that. I put a post out this morning on Twitter saying, like, pointing out Marjorie Greene Taylor. She is I think she's the congressperson from Georgia. Joe, if you're watching the show right now, you're gonna call your representative. Your representative yesterday said that we should release the Epstein files, and then fucking proceeded, or 2 days ago, she wrote that on Twitter. And then she voted against releasing the Epstein files. So I mean, I don't know if this is like kabuki theater to get the idea off of this Epstein shit, or I do realize that like Trump wants to assert power over the Fed, but the only way that he's gonna fucking assert power over the Fed is if he's got a compliant chair. So he would either have to put a stooge in and then assert authority and have the Fed grant that authority to Trump, which is possible. Theoretically, that's possible, but I don't think the financiers would allow it. I don't think that they call it the gray suits. I think that they're like, yeah, let them talk and bullshit and say this, but I don't think a banker or anyone that's smart would ever be like, yeah, we're going to cede the assertion of power. And I understand the process of this. Like, you have to make the case, even if for it to go to court, for you to make your arguments to cede that authority. And you have to assert that authority too. Like, you have to say, I have authority over this or that. And if someone disagrees with you, you take it to court and find out if you do or don't or whatever, or find a reason to. But there ain't no fucking reason. Like, I'm trying to think of anything, and I'm like, there's really nothing that you could argue in court. There's nothing. So it's just like banter, bullshit, and whatever. And I don't even think that you would want the Fed to be ceding that independent authority anyways to anyone of any party. I don't think the Democrats would they would love it too, even if they don't want to look like the bad guy. They would love that power too. I don't think any politician doesn't want that power. But all right, I'm back to making money again. Whew. We're so back, we're not back. We're so back, we're not back. We're so back. They need to drop better bombs than that. I'm trying to find any reason. Like, the market's looking for a fucking excuse to sell, and that bullshit ain't gonna fly. I don't think anyone in their right fucking mind thinks that the Fed chair, and I mean right mind. I don't mean crazy people. I don't mean some guy living down by the fucking river in a van. Like the other day I was driving and I stopped in a grocery store and there was literally a guy living out of his van in the grocery store, right? And he had all the bumper stickers of all the crazy shit talking points. And it's like the same as the Democrats saying that tariffs are bad, that we're eating the tariffs. And I'm like, this is like the 15-year-old living in his mom's basement, you know? All these arguments, and then you go to court and they laugh you out of the fucking courts, right? You don't even, or it doesn't even make it to court. And I'm like trying to like find any reason. As a matter of fact, I didn't like Jerome. There was a time when I didn't like Jerome, and I gotta say, like, I gotta give the guy some credit. If you look at how he handled COVID and then how he handled the after effects of the fucking free money era, mid and post COVID, he did a great fucking job. If you look at any of the numbers, it's insane to watch that. You got to remember there was a time when, you know, if data was like traditionally going like this, it went like this and then got rung back in. If data was, you know, traditionally on this kind of a trend and it went way up here, you know, at this moment right here, you had these same fucking clowns. Like, these are the same fucking clowns. They're like, there's no way he's gonna bring that back into line. We're so fucked. Burning tires, fucking New York City. And what does he do? He brings it right back down again. You know, down here, back in line again. And you know, these are the same fucking people that are like, oh, it's gonna overshoot. These same people, right? As this data came back in line, Jerome cut I think it was 1 point, right? Or like a 50 and 225s or something like that. And he arrested this data from blasting through. These same fucking people up here were like, you shouldn't cut. And why? Because they want to see the data over fucking shoot and more burning fucking tires. And so he cuts and he literally arrests the data, you know, and now we're here. And these same fucking people come out and they like, oh, he's done too much. You know, he needs to cut or else we're going down here. You know, no cuts over here, now cuts over here. And to be honest with you, you know, if the data was going up instead, you know, whatever, it's going up or down doesn't really matter. If anything, all this data is back in line. And there's more questions here too, like normalcy is higher rates. I want you to think about this. Before 2008, it was normal to have higher rates. That was the norm. In the 70s, what were you paying for a mortgage? Any of you older people out there, what were you paying for rates? They were through the fucking roof, right? Like, how do you go? And Trump was calling for negative rates back in what? 2018 and 19. He wanted zero. It doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm like trying to figure this out. So what do? You like get a Fed chair? Look at, they're doing it again. Straight down one more time. Doing it again. Just dropping fucking bombs. Must sell. Expiration, bro. Watch it right here. Let's bomb, 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 bomb again. Now we've got a Trump. Trump is likely going to fire Powell soon. There we go. There's the buy right there. You can see it right here. You can see it right here. Let's go down here. So this is where all the buyers are. 6,200, 6,225. And you like there's literally you need to get underneath this 6,200. Any reason will do. Now trading 6,229, 6,228. Go back over here. This line right here is what I'm looking for. A little bit lower. Next target's 617.12. 617.12. Trump spoke to lawmakers on Tuesday about whether to oust Powell. Officials caution that there is no exact timeline for a decision on the Fed chair. Yeah, I'm stopped out now. I'm flat right now. I had stops on this first. I had no stops on this first plunge here. And then I put stops on this one right here. It took me out. Excuse me. Oop, hold on here. Dun, dun, dun. And Gap is now closed. There. This one now becomes. This one now turns red. Trump spoke to lawmakers. Let me see if we can read some more of this, see if there's anything else. I think there's a reasonable chance we get a cut or two, but not certain. SEC CEO Solomon. Trump's, what does it say here? But not certain. That's all bullshit. Trump spoke to lawmakers on Tuesday about whether to oust Powell. Officials caution that there is no exact timeline. We already read that one. I got a Trump presser here, but it's not on yet. Bahraini PM and Crown Prince. This comes right about here. About there. That goes right about there. Right to the bottom one right
US Treasury 2-year yields extend fall. 2-year yields last down about 7.4 base points at about 3.885%.
Move that up just a little bit more. It's 9-day JPM. Yield back up again. Dixie falling on trend.
Now the New York Times picking up on this, that Trump has drafted letter to fire Fed chair. Seeing some further movement towards the downside on the dollar index again here again off the back of that New York Times article now coming through again. Trump has drafted a letter to fire Fed chair. Also CNBC citing a White House official that Trump likely will fire Fed Chair Powell soon. Again, another article from CNBC saying White House official says Trump likely will fire Fed Chair Powell soon.
Keep trying to add puts, but I can't. I keep chasing.
So Trump, according to New York Times, waived a copy of draft firing letter to GOP lawmakers. So again, New York Times says Trump waived a copy of the draft firing letter to GOP lawmakers. It's New York Times citing two people familiar in the report on Powell firing letter.
Sorry, I keep trying. Sorry, I'm like trying to buy a bunch of puts here, and like it's not happening. I'm like trying to like grab puts up here, and I can't. I should just do a market order.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader,
Jesus
go real
Christ.
time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67%.
We're gonna
on
fucking
this.
plunge.
Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands.
Target downside 618.23.
Come on. Do it.
$618.22, excuse me, and $617.12.
Short-term US interest rate futures extend rise as traders boost bets on Fed rate cuts.
Fucking puts are moving right now. Jesus Christ. I just made fucking bank. Puts are fucking even though we have prices and down here, fucking puts are fucking moving.
So we have posted out the article from CNBC citing a White House official saying Trump likely will fire Fed Chair Powell soon on the feed for you to read through. Also just saying spot gold extending gain after a report that says Trump will likely fire Fed Powell soon. Last up about 1.5%. And
Just
US Treasury
fucking
yields
plunge.
final reaction to report that Trump is likely to fire Powell soon. 2-year yield now down about 8.8 basis points at about 3.870%. S&P 500 financials index turns negative last.
Come on, go down. Watch this white line here and watch this green line right here. Going right down here. Take some off on both of these targets right here. When these were $1.60, now they're $2.47, $2.52. Coming into first level here at 618.46. Oh yeah, watch out for this here. We're at 6,200 right now on SPX. We're gonna catch a bounce here. Close your puts as we get close here. We'll go in for another round over here. Bye bye, baby. SPX trading 6203, 6204. Now, if you look here in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, or I guess it's your left-hand side, but you want you to see this right here. You want to see like a break of this, but then a rejection for the next trade right here. And this will plunge straight down to the depths of hell. All the way down here. There's nothing here.
Canada
6,000, 5950. There's nothing here.
4 nations, excluding the US, containing still.
But you want to get underneath it first. This is bottom right here.
Carney says that
You need to get under. We need to get underneath this to make this plunge straight down.
Diversify trade relationship and
There's like a big. There's a gap here, and then there's a gap here.
Canadian projects. Also, traders price in more than 50% chance of a September Fed rate cut.
Hold on a second here. One, 2, and 3. About there. There's this other big one that's still here. About here. Becomes red.
US Treasury 30-year yield now up 5.1 basis points at about 5.063% after the reports on Powell.
Our 12 o'clock's almost here. Watch out for a pump here between now and 12. One's gone. See if we can catch a roll over here. Nice little roll right here. Oops, sorry, you guys can't see this. I apologize. Sorry about that. Sorry. I'm like, yeah, we're going to get a pump over here. And then I'm like, not showing you the screen. There's a pump in here. Dude, that was a fucking sweet, sweet downside move. Check here, check this, and just check this here. There's another 621.76. There's another one right here. Oh, no, wrong one. There's another one somewhere in here.
Seeing ASML shares close down 11%, the steepest one-day decline since October 15th.
$622.82. $622.82. It's over here. It's over there. That's where it is. 620.71. Another one right here. Just note that there's there's more of a zone, not a guarantee here. This is the halfback, I think. That whole move. I think that's halfback there. That could be a little bit lower. Let's do this again.
According to a source now saying that Trump is open to the idea of firing. So just a source, not clear from where, but just again, a source saying now that Trump is open to the idea of firing Powell.
Some more puts.
So further from the source, Trump polled some Republican lawmakers on firing Powell and got a positive response about it.
Yeah, boss, whatever you want to do. No calls. Puts. puts. It's not. It's hard to get in them though. It's hard once it starts moving. It's gonna be another swan dive, like right here. Nice little roll. You can see they're already stepping in right here. I think there's one more though. I think there's one more pump here. Well, here we go. We got some Trump talk coming in.
We have the live video of Trump and Bahrain PM has begun.
I got it on here in the background. Traders are pricing in more than a 50% chance of a September rate cut.
Remember, the live stream video is on the link, is on the feed for
We
you.
can post that shit on Twitter too. More than a 50% chance. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you, Smash. Like, so like I'm reading this, like there's a headline here inside of Financial Juice saying traders are pricing in more than a 50% chance of a September rate cut, and you've got a GS guy saying like double speak, like, oh, we're gonna get a rate cut. I'm like, dude, you're gonna get a fucking rate hike, like literally. And so Trump is pissy about it. So I'm gonna fire you. What he doesn't want to tell you is that what Trump doesn't want you to know is that you're likely closer, like literally today, you are closer to a rate hike than a rate cut. Like today, if you looked at it today, you'd say, and you said, are we close to a rate cut or a rate hike? You're closer to a rate hike coming up than a rate hike. And let me give you the thesis behind this. What you'd see would be a rise in inflation, right? That cannot be assigned to tariffs. Does that make sense? So you'd see inflation continue to rise, but it wouldn't be related necessarily to tariffs. Why? Because of fucking greed. That's why. Because of greed by corporations. And it's like, it's kind of comical because you're like, you're not going to get a rate cut. You're going to get a rate hike over that if inflation continues to rise. It was literally in yesterday's data. And he knows this. Like, you know that Trump's, not Trump, like, Bessent probably knows this. Powell knows this. They all know this. And that infuriates Trump, right? Trump wants zero rates, always and forever. If anything, he wants negative rates. But they're not going to get that. There's no fucking way. I mean, you could theoretically get a rate cut in September, but you would need to see inflation tampered. You would need to see that tampered, and it's fucking not. So
Trump on Powell says he's too late.
He's not too late.
Trump makes comment of Fed Chair Powell.
Hold on, let me put this. Make sure I get this on here. I'm not getting the audio here.
Trump again asked if he will fire Powell. He says he's been too late.
And the Crown Prince of Bahrain. That's a fancy two titles. I want to say. I don't know if I'd rather be the Prime Minister or the Crown Prince. I think I'd take the Crown Prince. And very importantly, your son, your beautiful son, who has a great reputation.
Here, I'll put this over here.
As a smart, hardworking guy. So it's good to
Trump
say
says Powell tried to cut rates for
relationship I have
Democrats.
personally with Bahrain over the years, and has been a fantastic ally. And anything they needed, we helped them, and anything we needed, they helped us. And we're going to be talking
And
about a lot
it
of
says
different things.
Powell does a terrible job.
Most
We
perfect
fight
military
for it.
maneuver that anybody's seen probably in 50 years, which took place a few weeks ago when Iran knocked out their entire potential nuclear capacity. And it was obliterated. I used that term to say, well, maybe that's too much. I said, no, it turned out it was more than obliterated. They can't go back. And we're just really going to talk about some things, including trade.
Trump
We're going to be
says
discussing trade.
Powell
Trading
has been
with
a
Bahrain.
terrible Fed
and,
chair.
We're going to have lunch after this, but we'll take some questions. First, I'd like to ask the Crown Prince to say a couple of words. And he also has a father who's living and well and doing fantastically, as I understand it, and somebody who's respected all over the
Trump
Middle
on
East and all
Powell
over the world.
says not planning on doing anything.
It is indeed a great honor to be here on this fine morning to put.
So again,
into
Trump on
action,
Powell
the
says not planning on
initiative
doing
that exists
anything.
in the countries we will be
We're
discussing
seeing moving
security
towards the
issues,
upside
trade,
on the
and
dollar
investment.
now,
It's very
and
important. We're very
also
happy to be
the
announcing
S&P
$17 billion worth
500.
of deals that are coming to the United States. And this is real. This isn't,
It's real money.
These are fake deals. These are real
They don't have to borrow the money.
We don't have to borrow it. It's coming in. And it only builds upon a legacy that we're very proud of. We have had a relationship in the civil side between our
So
countries
again,
since
Trump
1893,
asked if he
and
will
formally
fire
since
Powell,
1948.
not
So
planning.
May it long continue, and we look forward to
But
many,
he
many
says
more years.
not planning on
Thank you,
doing
Mr.
it.
President.
We will have
You honor
that.
us.
We will have that indeed. Many good
Trump
news on this right now.
citing
He's your top
costs
here. I
overruns
appreciate the
Fed
investment.
building
It's a great,
renovations.
left, as you know, Saudi Arabia. We were just there, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar was so great. Leader was great. We had,
Trump says,
UAE,
I'm
we had a
not
couple of other
talking
businesses
about
all over.
firing Powell.
$5.1 trillion of investment, and they all want to be investing
Trump
in the United
says
States.
that the change will be the next 8 months. So
I
reminder,
think it's a terrible job. He's costing us a lot of money.
cost-wise,
And we've
Powell is due to leave his position
next,
in May
8 months or
2026,
so.
mid-May.
And we'll this
Hold on here.
Trump on Fed Chair Powell says we'll pick someone who is good.
record stock market, record business, record everything. Everything's a record now. We had the worst inflation in history under Biden, and now we have almost no Biden, and now we have almost no inflation. We've done a great job, and we should have the interest rates cut.
So you're saying here today that Scott Bessent, you're so happy with the Treasury that he's not a top option to replace Powell, whatever that may be, whenever you decide what you want to do with it.
Canada's PM Carney says Canada is in long and tough negotiations with the US. Trump says that Hassett is someone we'd consider for Fed chair.
But it might be one of the easiest jobs I've ever seen, and on top of it, he's building a close to $3 billion little nest egg for himself. He's not doing the right job. We should be saving $1 trillion a year in interest, when he talks about costs.
Trump says Fed chair
We should
job
be
is not
saving,
hard
think
if you're
of it,
smart.
$1 trillion a
Says,
year.
but
Add
if
that
you're a
with
dummy,
the tariffs and
it's
everything
tough.
else. But he just doesn't want. He's a knucklehead. But we'll see how that. We'll see how he's listening to this. That's a strange conversation. But we like to say it like it is.
Trump says Powell is enough.
But we have a lot of people that want that job very badly, and I'm only interested in low-interest people, frankly, because you don't need. I know. So they had the 71 different economists and people experts that they picked about a month ago. I was the only one, along with one person from maybe the Wharton School of Finance. The two of us got it right. 69 people, including Powell, got it wrong. And he wants to hire thousands of new people to help him decide where we're going in the future. It only takes one good mind. It doesn't take 5,000 good minds. So they're expanding the Fed. It's the dumbest thing I've heard of. But you know, it's very autonomous.
Just to follow up on that, sir, is there...
I mean, this is fucking insane.
Jerome Powell.
I don't rule out anything, but I think it's highly unlikely unless he has to leave for fraud. I mean, it's possible there's fraud involved with the $2.7 billion renovation. This is a renovation. How do you spend $2.7 billion? And he didn't have proper clearance, et cetera, et cetera. So you know that's going on. So you know, there could be something to that, but I think he's not doing a good job. He's got a very easy job to do. You know what he has to do? Lower interest rates.
So Trump
Have you drafted a letter to Powell if you decide that you are going to fire him? Have you drafted a letter?
I haven't drafted a letter.
So you didn't show a letter to Republican lawmakers last night?
No, I talked about the concept of fire him. I said, what do you think? Almost every one of them said I should.
Treasury yields.
But I'm more conservative than they are.
Mr. President,
we talked about it. In fact, we had 11 of the 12 people here yesterday, you know, for a very big bill having to do with crypto, etc. And other things. And all of the votes are going with us, every single vote. But during the conversation, when we were talking about it, I asked, what would you do about that? They all said would fire him.
Mr. President, thank you for taking my question, sir. You were in Pennsylvania yesterday. You unveiled $92 billion worth of investments. One of those jumped out, though, $15 billion in Homer City to build the largest natural gas power plant ever. I was at the rally where you told Homer City residents that you would not forget them when the biggest coal plant in Pennsylvania closed down. You delivered for them yesterday. What message do you have to those residents?
Well, I'm happy. Homer City, I was there, and I said, I'm going to produce something, I don't know what, because they had shut down this massive coal plant, one of the biggest in the country. And it was just purchased by the gentleman that you met yesterday, very substantial.
See if you can catch a roll here.
Maybe not as substantial as you, I'm not sure. But he's pretty substantial. You know who I'm talking about. And they're going to spend billions of dollars on rebuilding it, and it's going to be the largest plant of its kind in the world, I believe, actually in the world. And it's going to be great. So we really fulfilled that promise to Homer City.
23.
It's to Pennsylvania based.
30.
I won Pennsylvania, and very conclusively won Pennsylvania. So I owe them a big debt.
Still no roll yet.
Thank you for bringing that up. We raised 92. It's actually going over 100. So it'll be over $100 billion.
Need to see if these are buyers or sellers here.
Pennsylvania.
Still looks like buyers, so not touching it.
Everybody was there. Larry Fink was there. I mean, everybody was there and done a great job. The senator did a great job. And we were very proud. That was a great meeting yesterday. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, for each of you, so for the Crown Prince, are you planning on taking any of the Patriot missiles that you're going to receive from the United States and divert those to help Ukraine?
We have no current plans, as we have an operational requirement inside Bahrain to keep them there for the present time.
He's got plenty of them, too.
And Mr. President, on the fentanyl bill,
they're wonderful. They're wonderful pieces of kit.
They work very well.
American technology is the best.
Yep.
And on the fentanyl bill that you're
That's
signing.
maybe the most important part of this. He has his choice of everything, and we make the best military equipment by far in the world.
None.
There's nothing close, right?
Bar none.
I want to see a roll below 621 flat.
I hope that that's going to restart
I want to see this roll start in here.
on getting the fentanyl.
Yeah, I think
Right underneath there, and then wham.
I mean, it's been a terrible situation for many years with fentanyl, but since I came here, we're talking to them, and they're making big steps. They're also, as you know, being penalized. You know that, right? They're being penalized with tariffs because of the fentanyl. But They want to do something. We'll see what happens.
Mr. President, I know.
Thank you, Mr. President. An American from Tampa was beaten to death. He was killed by Israeli settlers in the West Bank. His family has been calling on you to help prosecute his killers. Are you going to do that? An American from Tampa?
Yeah, your first sentence is really, go ahead.
Okay, an American citizen from Tampa, Florida has been...
No puts yet, just wait.
His family...
I want to see this like roll first.
Are you going to help finding his...
Yeah, well, so first of all, have you seen yesterday, Ambassador Huckabee has asked the Israelis to conduct an investigation. We want to get all the information about who was involved. We protect all American citizens anywhere in the world, especially if they're unjustly murdered or killed. So we're gathering more information, but I hope you saw yesterday Ambassador Huckabee in Israel asked the Israeli authorities to produce an investigation and concrete information about who was responsible for his murder.
They're reporting that tomorrow. We have a meeting on it. They're going to be reporting that to me.
Careful here, no puts yet. There's a 1 minute trigger coming up from underneath. There's some small bit of momentum here.
Do you believe that a negotiation with Iran is necessary at this stage?
Well,
I want to see the roll underneath it first.
Volatility of the situation has been reduced, and we didn't know where it was going to go on the Sunday. We were very glad when we found out on the Monday. Let me put it that way. And should the Iranians want to negotiate, I believe the ball's in their court. That is the true reality of where we stand today. They are the ones that stand to benefit from a negotiation.
And they do. They want to negotiate. They want to negotiate badly.
Yeah, I'm with you, Nick. Like I'm seeing all these reports. Like Trump says, like some of the shit that Trump's been saying, it's all over the fucking board. It's like Trump states he does not intend to remove Fed Chair Powell. Trump says that if there's fraud, he'll remove Trump Chair Powell. Trump says he spoke to Republican lawmakers and asked them if he's willing to remove Trump Chair Powell.
Told you this was a hoax. What evidence?
It ain't happening.
I know it's a hoax.
And you can see that it's like, you can tell why. Like the data supports why he's angry.
And these characters and Comey before him. And
well, he's angry because he's gonna raise rates. No one wants to say that.
The 51.
That he's closer to raising rates than cutting. Then that's fucking fact.
It's all been a big hoax.
Yeah, unknown White House official.
Some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net, and so they try and do the Democrats' work. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. They're bad for policy. They're bad for picking candidates that can get elected. Like in New York, we have a communist running. He may get elected too, actually, but he'll destroy the city. No, it's I call it the Epstein hoax. It takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements, we've had a great gentleman. Yesterday, as you know, went on CNBC and he made a statement that Trump may go down as the greatest president of all in the United States. And instead of talking about the things we've achieved, we've had tremendous achievement. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously had some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago.
Why though? Why would he fucking commit suicide?
The success
Why the fuck did he commit suicide if he didn't do anything wrong? He just all of a sudden killed himself?
I mean,
this is your fucking boy, bro. Like, they got like 1,000 pictures of you hanging out with this guy.
Really
fuck out of here.
Democrats work. They're stupid people. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, now the Epstein files are now a Democratic hoax.
That you planned on firing Fed Chair Jay Powell. Markets
Is that right? Those are reports, but they're not true.
So what would be useful to know, are you committed to picking someone from the outside? Are you going to interview individuals that are
so
on the
many
board
people
right
that
now?
want that job. I have people that I've known a long time. They're calling me, begging for the job. You know what you need there? A smart person with common sense, but you need a very smart person for that job. I think it's one of the easiest jobs in government. You show up once a month and you make a statement about where the economy's going, and we're going to raise or lower interest rates. It's probably the easiest job I've ever seen. That's why I'm trying to figure, why does he want to expand and add more people? He's going to add more economists to tell him what to do, but the economists, I was right, all the economists were wrong. They admitted it. this morning.
Mr.
Quiet,
President,
quiet.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, on Jerome
Mr.
Powell, you
President,
mentioned fraud in an earlier answer. Are you saying you want to investigate the Fed chair for fraud related to this renovation?
Already under investigation. He spent far more money than he was supposed to on rebuilding. I didn't see him as being the kind of guy that would want to have parks, rooftop parks and everything else on top of buildings, but who wants to spend that money?
And if you're MAGA, I feel bad for you. When he's on point, he's on fucking point. Trump can Trump can do it. He tells you what to do, and I gotta give Trump some credit here because you go to a Democratic event, right? And there's silos of people with their own bullshit. You go to a MAGA event, it's like, say the letter A, and the crowd goes A. Say the letter B, fucking crowd goes B.
From these tariffs and how big of a
You got to give Trump credit for that. I do. You go to a Trump event, it's a fucking rally. You go to a DNC event, it's like fucking
Bringing in hundreds of
dire.
dollars.
It's terrible.
Haven't kicked in that much other than automobiles and steel.
But this shit here is a fucking disaster. This is a fucking disaster.
Very substantial money comes.
There's no other way to look at this other than it's a fucking shit show.
Great places, but we had one yesterday, that was announced. We have another one coming up, maybe with India. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe we got one with India. Maybe we got one with this guy. Got people calling me wanting Jerome's job.
How many deals have you made?
We're going to try to catch him up on some fucking fraud if we can. If we can't find any fucking fraud, I'm going to go and find out if the Congress wants to remove his ass and take his ass to court. Why do you want to remove him? Because he's supposed to be cutting rates. No one asks, though, is he going to raise rates? You fucking ask that question, fucking market's going to go straight down. They're going to hold the carrot over your head and tell you you're going to get a rate cut. You're getting a rate cut in June. You're getting a rate cut in July. You're getting a rate cut in September.
We have some pretty good deals to announce, but every time we send out a letter, that's the deal. The big one really is going to be on the 150 countries that we're really not negotiating with, and they're smaller. We don't do much business with them. Because you have a lot of countries, you have over 200 countries, and a lot of people don't know this, but we'll have well over 150 countries.
And this is the plunge zone right here, underneath this number right here.
Payment out, and
this is no-go down here.
And
there ain't nothing holding us up underneath here.
Group. They don't, they're not big countries, and they don't do that much business. It's not like the ones that we've
come down here, get underneath this one right here, and it's like
Japan.
This is an elevator shaft down here.
We'll live by the letter with Japan.
There ain't shit down here. Not a goddamn thing.
Yesterday was, it wasn't an open country. Now it is. And they have tremendous copper.
Well, I shouldn't say that. There's 617.12. Yeah.
And
let me move this one up.
Indonesia, we pay no
a little bit. Hold on here.
Zero.
We gotta make sure we get this exact.
Trade. That's a
right there.
Deal for our companies. And we've agreed with them, as you know, on 19%. They pay.
There isn't shit until 6/14.
In that case, but we have a number of them coming.
There is nothing below.
We're doing well.
Nothing below 16/12.
A lot of money. A lot of money. We have the number one.
And where's S3s at 6/14/39?
But we have a little.
Daily triggers at like 6/10.
We're number one in the world in oil. It hit $64 a barrel, which is great. And that'll help stop wars, actually. If you want to know the truth, it's going to help stop wars. And we hope to get it down a little bit more. But we have oil down to $2.
I'll just write it in there.
$2.50 in numerous states. We hit
doom below.
$1.98 a gallon. And that's a great thing. That's one of the reasons that inflation's in check. When you can do that, you stop the inflation. What Biden did is he ended our policies, went to his policies. He doesn't have a policy. Some lunatic around the desk had a policy. Whoever operated the auto pen had a policy, which is, by the way, I think the biggest scandal. That's the scandal they should be talking about, not Jeffrey Epstein. The scandal you should be talking about is the auto pen, because I think it's the biggest scandal one of them in American history. So the economy is doing really well, and people are seeing it.
Dude, the guy who
Ask Attorney General Pam Bondi to release more documents to finally put this controversy to bed.
Yeah, whatever's credible, she can release. If a document is credible, if a document's there that is credible, she can release. I think it's good. But it's just a subject. He's dead. He's gone, and all it is the Republicans. Certain Republicans got duped by the Democrats, and they're following a Democrat playbook. And no different than Russia, and all the other hoaxes. They're started by the Democrats, and some Republicans, in this case I was surprised, but they got duped.
But have you talked about it with her the last witness?
President, first of all, remember on your high-ranking officials, whether it's been your FBI director or Pam Bondi, they have made some inconsistent statements in the past. You've had.
Well, I don't know. I can't speak about him, but I can say that Pam Bondi, I really think that she's done very good. She says, I gave you all the credible information. And if she finds any more credible information, she'll give that to you. What more can she do than that? I mean, honestly, what more can she do? And we do have bigger problems. You know, we have problems with millions of illegal people that came in here, and they're killers and murderers. We have 11,888 murderers that were allowed into our country by Biden, Sleepy Joe Biden, stupid Joe Biden. He allowed them into our country. And you know what? We got to do something about it. She's got a lot of things she's working on. And, you know, it's very sad that somebody can be waylaid, that just get waylaid. But she's I think.
Well, dude, like fucking the lead investigator into Biden using a fucking auto pen used a fucking auto pen to send out letters and subpoenas. If I was Trump, I'd be like, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about this. I'm not talking about that.
It's a good for nothing. They've done a terrible job. They almost
just refute. Just like if I was Trump, I'd just be like, no, I'm not talking about this.
$25 billion and
just host the investigation. Just like send out the letters, send out the subpoenas.
Country, and we just got the biggest tax cut in history. We just got the biggest regulation cuts in history. There'll be no tax on tips. There'll be no tax on Social Security. There'll be no tax on overtime. There'll be no tax on so many other things. You're allowed to deduct your interest from a car payment. That's never happened before. You borrow interest. You borrow money to buy a car if the car is made in America. And by the way, factories are being built all over America, car factories, AI factories, but you get a deduction on your interest. Nobody ever thought of that before. It never happened before. And
no trade here, by the way, not yet. Close.
The big beautiful bill is one of the greatest pieces of legislation ever in this country, and
too dangerous.
Democrats have nothing to combat it, so they say, oh, it's death. Oh.
Well, I mean, there's something else to be said here too. If any of you read any books about, or if you guys have read any autobiographies or biographies from prior Fed chairs, you should if you haven't. But if you haven't,
this bill is incredible.
Better yet,
$16 trillion being invested in our country, and this great gentleman and his family just came in.
Hold on, we gotta wait for him to stop talking. That guy.
And if he didn't like the country, if he didn't like where we were going, he's very smart. He'd come, maybe he wouldn't even come. I think maybe he wouldn't even come. You'd save your time. But, you know, it's one of those things. But if he didn't like where this country was, he wouldn't be investing billions of dollars in this country. But think of it, $16 trillion, more than has ever been even contemplated before. And we haven't even started yet. So that's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the success. And the Democrats have nothing to show for what they do. They almost destroyed. They allowed 25 million people to come into our country, gang members, jailbirds, from all over the world, not South America, from all over the world. They allowed them to come into our country from mental institutions, insane asylums, just walk right through. They couldn't come into your country. They couldn't come into any country in the world except our country. And they came in from the worst places, gang members, drug dealers. They all came in. Turn it off, please. They all came in.
Nice.
And I'm doing something about it. We have it under check right now. We got rid of a lot of the murderers already. Some of them we put in our prisons because they're so bad we don't want to take a chance in putting them in a foreign prison, have them come back. But we've done a great job. Our country's in great shape. We literally have the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And it's true what the king said, what a lot of people said. We were a dead country. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. We were laughed at all over the world. We had Afghanistan with that horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Look what happened with Russia and Ukraine. That should have never happened. Look what happened with Israel. That would have never happened. Hamas had no money. Iran had no money. There was no money to do an attack like that. All these things that happened that wouldn't have happened if you had good leadership.
Yeah, it's so hot right now. Hot country, Bahrain, baby. Fucking. That's where my brother spends a lot of his time hanging out. He does actually hang out there, but not for the reasons you ever want to hang out there for. It's all special ops and shit.
Thank you. It's another day in paradise.
Fucking cameras going fucking all crazy.
Thank you, Frank.
See if we can overhear any hot mic stuff. All right, that was it. All right, so let's talk about a few things here. I don't know if we should talk about a few of these things, but this all got bought up right here. See this? That's a nice, big, huge 4-hour candle on SPX. So no selling here yet that I can see. A 4-hour candle looks great. I want to sell this, but I want to see a break of 621. Right about here. No break of 621, no selling for me. Some of the commentary was out of fucking control in my view. He was really shit talking the Fed. Now, if you have read these books, you already know. If you haven't, there are a lot of books written by prior Fed chairs, biographies done, so autobiographies, biographies done about Fed chairs, and then there's people that have worked for the Fed. That's where you get the juice normally, and you know I guess the top line on those topics would be that there are really smart people that work for the Fed, and they'll present data, or they have it historically. They'll like, hey boss, this is what's going to happen. And the Fed chair will overrule those decisions and say, well, from my experience, the data is wrong, and I've got too much time in economics, and I believe in MMT, and I think I'm a god, so I'm going to do what I want to do. And you can get, I'll pull some. I have some books. I have a shelf of books, and I'll pull a couple off for you if you're looking for reading material. So there's some basis in what Trump is saying in that, easiest job in the world, to some extent. There are people that do the actual work, but to have an understanding of the complexity of our economy is not an easy thing to do. And no, you can't just put like the fucking landscaper guy in the Fed's role. Who's the kid there that's working for the government right now? I forget his name, but they got some kid. Well, let me see if I can find this guy. I don't know what the fuck his name is. But there's like some kid that's working in some position for the federal government. We're almost there, almost rolling. Almost there, not quite yet. Is that his name? No, not Big Balls. Big Balls, they fired him, didn't they? I'm talking about this other kid. He worked for like a landscaping company or something. No, I'm talking, yeah, but it's same gist, right? You make Big Balls the Fed chair, or you make this fucking kid Fed chair or something, to do the bidding of any president. I don't care who president is president. I don't care if it's a fucking Democrat. You don't want to be putting in some rando like that. I agree with you. Is that his name? Thomas Fagatti? Let me look him up. He's got a really fucked up looking picture. too. Have you seen his picture? See if this is him. You guys scamming me? That is yeah, this guy, this fucking guy, this fucking guy right here. Hold on, I'll post this one. It's like fucking this fucking guy is your welcome or meet your here's your next this fucking guy right here. That's your next fucking Fed chair. Here, you dropped this, King. Let me put a crown on your head. Oh, God. Oh, God. His girlfriend never. This fucking, I can't stop looking at his picture. It's like it's fucking comical. Oh, look at this. Lawmakers' dinner with Powell is canceled. Woo. Yeah, he's like, Powell's like, go fuck yourself. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. We're almost there. Hold on. Here we go. Here comes the roll. Like, this is fucking comedy. Like, lawmakers' dinner with Powell is canceled. That's a real fucking headline. Yeah, Powell's like, eat a bag of dicks. Oh, God. Yeah. If I was Powell, was like listening to this, all this like shit throwing and muck racking, and I'd be like, what the fuck is going on? Like, seriously, what? Oh, come on, just a little bit more. Go a little bit more, just right below 621. Just like begin the roll. A little tiny bit more. That ain't working for me. I know what that is. Just like a little bit more rolling. Oh, dude, it's like fucking full-on bread and circus. Yeah, I see the headline here with financial juice. Well, the first headline, it's like the first headline is a group of Republican lawmakers are meeting with Powell tonight. And then the headline broke that Powell's basically told them to go fuck themselves. He ain't meeting with anybody. It doesn't say who canceled it, if it was Republican lawmakers that canceled it or if it was Powell that canceled it. There's no like statement here. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on here. I can find the source of this. Let me read this to you here. Hold on here. Trying to see if I can find the source of this. I still see the article saying that I see the original article saying they are meeting. But I don't see the cancellation. I see it on Financial Juice, but not on the Semaphore or AI Invest. Let me just check this AI Invest and see if they. Yeah, I'm not seeing where that's the second I'm not seeing it. I see the original one, but that's it. The UMAC is finally rolling down. No trade here for me. No short. You need to get underneath 621 for there to be a short here, and we're not underneath it just yet. And it's not gonna. I say 621, but we could trade like we could red bar this right here and still be. There's a trap here for bears all the way down to like 620.50. So you kind of have to like break below this line, start making new lows to grab a short here or a put. And that's not happening. You kind of need to be like start slamming, and you can like kind of get short right here. There's no trade otherwise. There's no down trade. We'll see if you see this red, we'll see if we can short that right there, but there's no trade right now. These sellers are right here. Worst expiration ever. Yeah, I know. I'm feeling the same way. I'm like, I want to see, like, are we even like, what's the, hold on here. Turn that off, turn that off. Turn that off. Turn that off. Hold on, let me take a look. Turn that off. Turn that off. I mean, look at Spoos. It looks really bad. It doesn't look good. Spy does not. I mean, it doesn't look healthy right now, but it looks kind of sickly. I mean, can we just get any kind of downside move here? When they hucked it down onto trend this morning, they did it like they did it. It's like, here, let me just show you this, guys. This, like, maybe I can simplify it for you. You know, so this is trend right here on SPY, right? And pull this back for you. This is like trend on SPY. And you know, like, they took a shot at it over here, took a shot at it over here yesterday into the bell, and took a shot at it again here in the morning, right? Took a shot at it again today. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still no dice here. So you kind of need to just, like, basic fucking charting, right? You kind of need to see. Hold on here. Kind of need to see, like, you know, this break right here, and this is like 6. Currently it's sitting at 621.32, and if we go back to the main screen here, that's 621.32, which is right here, right? So you kind of need to see. You kind of need to see this start to get rolled over here. And until that happens, you got nothing. So there's no short here. Not yet, at least. Still demand. Still buyers. They're not leaving. And this is all theatrics. Like, and the market's looking for a reason to sell, but there isn't one. The Trump or the Fed Chair Jerome stuff, I don't see that as a reality. I just don't. And all the news squawkers, like, everybody wants it, of course, right? You've got, like, you ever hear, like, financial juice sometimes just sounds bearish? Like, the fucking market could be going vertical and you'll hear, like, financial juice or news squawk or trade the news. They'll just hammer down, like, the world's ending, market's going up, world's ending, turn around, like, world's ending, and you're like, how do you change that sentiment or no buying? And it's just relentless buying every time. So we'll wait and see if it happens. I was just posting in the Discord that this is the worst expiration ever. SPY is down on the day, currently 0.02%. It's about to turn green here in a minute. So there's nothing. I mean, I don't know what you're going to get to send this market down for a cool dip, like a really sweet ass dip buy. That might have been it right there. Invariably, this was the dip. That's what you get for expiration right there. And the neat part is that underneath that trend is like two big ass gaps. There's like shit underneath there. We can start fucking moving. We can make some money down there. But it ain't happening yet. So we'll continue to watch and see if the sellers come in. There's another opportunity coming up. It's sitting. You can see this red bar right here on right about there. Currently, I think it's up at 622.74. It's like right up in here. Somewhere right about here. Pop a box in there. You don't even have to. It's just right here. Just in this zone, they'll see if they can take another shot at it. If they can't, we're going to squeeze balls off. So God damn. We hit 618. That satisfied our downside move. We should be trading like the 30s next. Hold on here. Yeah, now we've got we have some counter information saying let me see if I can find this here.
U.S. Senate Republican Banking Committee
1210
Tillis says firing a Fed chair over economic decision would undermine U.S. credibility.
Let's see if she changed her statement here.
Tillis says if Fed chair is fired, you're going to see a pretty immediate response.
Voice news disconnected.
Why was I just disconnected?
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay? And if you're sick and tired of hearing my voice in this ad, which is pretty sad, all you've got to do is go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a
I might be getting long here. I'm just waiting for a break from this. I don't want to see any more big red candles of death up here. Yeah, it wasn't enough doom. Do I see another push lower? Break above 23. Almost there. That's where the last group of sellers. We're coming right into where those last group of sellers are right now. We closed the gap down below. We satisfied the cash market low at 618 to trade that 630, but it is Expiration, so I would not trust this as of just yet. You can see they came over and hammered this one down right here. Another one, nice little candle right there. And you just want to wait and see if they come back in over here and hit it one more time. And even, hold on a second here. You even say it's somewhere in here. Make sure that they're not in here. I'll make sure there's not one more fucking boom straight down. Let's see if we can get closer on this right here. This big red bar right here. See this one right here? That bad boy right there. Hold on a second here. It's just looking for a reason to sell its Expiration. Can't go up if you don't get that fucking VIX running. There we go. There we go. There we go. Let me read some of this to you here. JPM, our CPI scenario analysis was a large miss. Coming into the print, inflation traders were preparing for a dovish print. Okay? Relative to expectations. Seemingly, that is what we received. So, there's two stories here, right? There's like a story that tariffs are not being passed on. But then there's another story. And this story Trump does not want out. And that story is that inflation is on the rise, but it's not due to tariffs. And here, this is what JPM's take on this is. Now, if you know that, I'm telling you that, that's true. So let me read the rest of this to you. JPM saying, seemingly that is what we received, but we saw bond yields move high, stalling the equity rally and hurting small caps, especially consumer-related plays such as home builders, retailers, and autos. Separately, banks were hit despite a decent set of earnings. Even before the reversal lower in stocks and higher in yields, equities felt a touch stretched. My colleague, Leon somebody, Ben Hamu, flags that the combination of NVDA news, bank earnings, and CPI that the SPX should have been up at least 1%. So we may be gearing up for a breather to this rally. The momentum factor is retraced about 40% off its recent losses. So some of the aforementioned losses may be more tied to momentum shorts being reshorted. Lastly, a client flags that the Dixie USD short has been one of the bigger macro consensus trades, and that unwind may be leading all of the moves witnessed yesterday. But you saw the Dixie got shorted again today. They nailed it right on trend. They shorted Dixie again today on all of this bullshit news. We remain tactically bullish while a critical mass of equity investors were bulled up on the prospect of rate cuts. That is not part of our hypothesis. Let me read that to you again. This is from JPM. So we remain tactically bullish. Now, this goes counter to the zeitgeist. We need a rate cut for the market to go higher. And that's not the case. You could make the case for a cut, but not cut rates all the way down to zero. As a matter of fact, if you were cutting rates all the way down to zero, dude, are you serious? Like, I was trying to start a put here, but still no roll. They're still buying this right now. So the zeitgeist is cut rates, market go higher, right? That's not true. Or historically, that's not true. And you could cut maybe 25, 50 BPS or something. But if you're cutting rapidly to zero, it's normally because economic conditions demand it. Stock market is usually heading down. Market conditions are trash. And you're seeing easing from the Fed, Treasury Department, and maybe White House policy, all at the same time in unison. Now, JPM counters that zeitgeist by saying we remain tactically bullish, while a critical mass of equity investors were bulled up on the prospect of rate cuts. That is not part of our hypothesis. We think an environment where the U.S. avoids a stagflationary outcome and growth stays around trend levels with inflation contained would keep the Fed on the sidelines, push investors into larger cap names while avoiding higher beta unprofitable tech plays would be the best outcome for the index. So what they're basically telling you is this. They're basically telling you the Fed doesn't have to do a fucking thing, no rate cuts for you. And not only that, they could possibly, if this other inflation continues on, you may see the Fed actually want to raise rates. Now, their point here, too, is that you should stay or buy dips and stay invested. But what are you investing in? Don't be investing in any companies or don't be investing in they said push investors into larger cap names while avoiding higher beta unprofitable tech plays would be the best outcome for the index. So I'm with JPM on this, and I think Wolf Richter's made himself clear on this. If you don't know that, Wolf Richter's like, no cuts, don't be cutting, and he doesn't believe that Jerome is going to cut either. So I'm in line with this. I think market can go up without cuts. I don't think you need cuts. I think if you got maybe like a 25 or a 50 as like a bone or something, that's fine. But generally speaking, the thesis or the argument or the fighting for cuts to zero, that's bullshit. The data doesn't support the cut. So, and that's because of regular old inflation. And, you know, we've got high rates right now, and we still have inflation persisting. Even though not tied towards tariffs, it's still tied towards greedflation, I guess you could call it. Companies that are not impacted by tariffs, or they might be impacted from other companies raising the cost of goods and services. So it's like a competition. We've got tariff threats. We've got some tariffs, no tariffs, some deals, no deals. Still have some tariff uncertainty, and every time the White House decides we're gonna hit this country with 30%, then they're gonna tit for tat and laddering of warfare and trade war and all that kind of stuff. There's still uncertainty, and so you get companies out there that are like, I'm gonna raise prices again. Now they're raising prices. Now this other company's raising prices. All due to this whole argument of trade and trade war and tariffs and all this other bullshit. So if I was the Fed, I wouldn't do anything. Is my point, is that if I was the Fed, I would just sit here and say, if you want me to cut, I need trade wars wrapped up, just a blanket fucking done deal, and then we can look specifically at inflation for what it is. And if inflation starts to come down, that would make sense to me to cut rates possibly. But if inflation continues to ramp after tariffs are done, there's no cutting, right? Your inflation starts ramping, you're actually raising rates, right? To quell some of that demand. So I would say the Fed chair is hands are tied. Yeah, hands are tied. I'm trying to read some of this stuff, and I think even JPM's on that same thesis. Still waiting to see if we can break out and above. If I can take a long. I got no long yet for myself. I got no put. I set up some puts twice now. Over here, but no roll. Over here, again, no roll. There's still a bunch of supply hiding out up here. You can see it. We're trading into it right now. It's right up here. I'd want to trade the breakout, but not the wall that's there. So I don't want to get caught because I was in some calls earlier and I got caught. Then it came back up, and then I got out, and then it went down. Got a bunch of puts though, made a bunch of money. So I don't know. I got no trade here yet. I don't like the up or the down here. I don't like either one. Yeah, Dixie doesn't allow a rate cut either. I agree with you on that too. There's a whole bunch of reasons why no rate cut. The biggest one, though, the glaring one to me, is inflation. For me, it's always like the baseline is inflation, unemployment, GDP, debt, deficit, that kind of stuff. And there's nothing there pointing towards we need a rate cut. There's nothing saying that we're like, do we need a rate cut? I don't. Why would you want a rate cut? Especially if you want to keep those tools available to fight raging inflation or stagflation, mass unemployment. Like that's how we dug ourselves out of a fucking hole in 2008, right? Basically, print money, right? Print our way out of that situation. I don't know how you do that in the future if you don't have those tools available. So we go to like negative fucking rates, maybe. I don't know, negative fucking 6% or something like that. Just fucking start the printing presses even more. Make them zero, bro, and then we'll make them -10. The next financial crisis. I don't know. And I think he called for that. Don't quote me on this, but I think I recall that he wanted zero rates back in 2018, 2019 too. And this is we're not in the same situation either. As like he brought up World War II, and he brought up the formation of the Fed, which I think was 1913. I could be wrong in that. It was 1913. Then it was like rehabbed in like 1918 maybe. And then again in the world during the World War, but there was a different time. He also brought up we didn't have a permanent income tax, but like our whole system of taxation and tariffs and management of our economy. Was it 1914? I could be wrong. Maybe it was the Great Depression. I might have my years wrong here. It's been a while since I've read. Hold on here. Let me just check this up. I'm throwing a bunch of years out there that are. It was. I got it right. The Federal Reserve System is central bank system in the U.S. It was created in December 23 of 1913. I got that right. Woohoo! But there was a series of they built the building and all that kind of shit later on in time. Let's see if I can see any of this here. There was something else that happened, but our whole financial system was completely different than it is today. I think there was a bunch of stuff that happened during the Great Depression too. See if I can see any of this here. It's been a long time. It's been a while since I've read this stuff. I'm reading through it right now. I'd have to go back and read a book or something. It's been a while. And Wikipedia is kind of topical. Now trading 6250 currently. See if these sellers come in one more time. Just note that we're underneath the hourly trigger on SPX. We are above the hourly trigger on SPY, but not SPX. Let's check Gamma here. God damn, fuck. Look at those puts. 6285. There's a shit ton of puts. There's a shit ton of put Gamma here. Let's check this volume on 2 dates here. It's kind of even, Steven. There's some call buying coming in. 6260. We're kind of close. 2-day call volume at 6260. We're trading 6251 right now. 6258's got a sell signal on it. Right here. Where all the call buying is right here. See that down there. Yeah, and that's what we get for Expiration, man. That was dog shit. Maybe we have to wait until Friday to get more action. I don't know. I'm gonna watch this here and see if we get one more down move. That's not much of an unclench. I mean, you can see that they're still going to want to defend 6,300, 6,275. Put that over there. But shit, I mean, if you can't get this below 6,200, that's fucking bottom. That was your chance. We're coming up right now into the hourly trigger. We'll see. See if we can get one more roll. I think I might want to buy some fucking puts. That was a fucking wick and a half too. You see that wick on SPX? That wick is giant. Like that candle down there is. Go look at this really quick. Look at that fucking candle right there. You guys see that big ass green candle? That's a big fuck you right there. That ain't nothing to be fucked with down there. Sellers being overrun right now. Watch out for a trap here. Well, not quite here. Hold on. What are July 31st? How about June? How about August? What, August 8th? Those are all pretty fucking there. Man, even those are expensive. I'm looking at like August 8th puts right now. They're $2.78 or 600 Ps are $2.92. Yeah, you're not getting any fucking rate cut in July. That ain't happening. They're trying to like shake Powell into a rate cut for July. That shit ain't happening. It's not fucking happening. Just watching this right now. This supply here, there is nothing above it. If we can get above this red bar, it's going to be moon time. If not, hold on. Let me go over here and show this here. There's nothing up there. There's a little bit up there, but not like this. Watch this closely here. a quick line. Check the 1 hour here. That's still there. That's still there. Like 5 minutes there. Be right back. I gotta go potty really quick. Been sitting here too long drinking coffee and water. Put that up there. What's that I got? I got July 18th. Yeah. Thursday, 1 p.m.
According to the Financial Times, US is set to ban Chinese tech in submarine cables.
Dude, how is that not already a thing? Oh, a little bit of roll. A little bit of roll right there. A little bit of roll. Oh boy, yeah. Like fucking just go up there and you just like stand on the diving board and just like, fuck yeah, bro. I'm standing right here.
We have posted out the article on the
Got my
Financial
fucking,
newsfeed.
got my hat on backwards.
There's further detail into this then. The
So
US
cool,
Federal
look at that.
Communication
Super
Commission
cool.
is poised to introduce a measure that would bar
Got
businesses
my hands up right this. I'm gonna do a nice big old swan dive.
that include any Chinese tech or equipment.
Just gonna go right the
The
fuck
US
on down and trade 614, aren't
a
I?
new rule aimed at tackling potential Chinese espionage by ensuring any new communication
Go out
cables
like this.
that land in the US were vulnerable, are less vulnerable to threats from Beijing and other adversaries.
Oh yeah. There you go. Just blood. Rain that shit down there. Come on, you can do it. Get on that diving board and just fucking swan dive it. Big old swan dive. Just big old fucking power move to the downside. Big old power shit. The only reason why I even think it'll do, the only reason I even think that it can do this is because of expiration. Like, if this was any other day, I would say fuck you, no moon time. It's literally like it's the only window we basically have. We got another window on OpEx, another window end of month, but if there was a time when there was a goddamn bull trap, a fucking a swan dive diving board, it's right goddamn here. We'll just make it white. Old school diving board right there. Right? It's the only like we don't have many opportunities for volatility. This is one of them. Now sometimes it can happen the day after, but this would be the spot. Like if we're gonna do it, it's gonna be right fucking here. I mean, this is kind of it right here. Some kind of an argument for more squeezing, I guess, to sell it, but you got the sellers. You got the sellers on the high here, 9:30 in the morning on Tuesday. You got another round of sellers over here, 2:30 in the afternoon on Tuesday. Another round right here, Wednesday, 9:30 a.m. Fucking sell the fuck out of it. We don't have a lot of time left here. Oh, oh. What you doing, Spoos? What the fuck you doing over there? What? What are you doing, Spoozy Woozy? Feeling a little drunk? I'm fucking just parked right here. I'm up a penny. I don't even think I can sell. I think I can only sell it at 52. I'm flat right now. I can't even sell this for a profit. Let's check the 1 hour has got it to 621.25. That's not deep enough. 4 hour just shows a gap at 614.98. There's a weekly at 617. We're in a little bit of downside business here. That 1 minute trigger is coming up and over. $623.51. Down.
10 minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the Fed Beige Book. Emerging market stock gauge erases losses. 5 minutes ago until we get the Fed beige book. One minute to go now until we get the Fed beige book. Ten seconds. Still, we're waiting on the release of the Fed Beige Book. Fed Beige Book coming through now. This report, so prices increased across districts, with 7 categorizing price growth as moderate and 5 categorizing it as modest, mostly similar to previous report. Also, the outlook was neutral to slightly pessimistic, as only 2 districts expected activity to increase and others foresaw flat or slightly weaker activity. Economic activity increased slightly from late May through to early July.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
We have posted out the Fed Beige Book for you to read through on the Financial Newsfeed.
Just a quick heads up here that I've got some pretty big storms at my house right now. Just if I might lose the stream, it's possible. There's like giant fucking thunderstorms outside. All right, we're gonna take a look here at hang tight here. Just a heads up to you out there that I've got some significant unexpected, or I didn't expect thunderstorms today. Hold on here. I gotta check my my map really quick. I could end up losing the stream here today. Let me check here. That doesn't look too bad. Yeah, we've got some severe. That doesn't look bad at all. I'm like right in fucking downtown. Maybe it's coming my way. Okay, so it's a few miles off. We should be fine. There's like another, I think I've got another, or maybe on the wrong time, maybe. It's not 2:15 anymore. Yeah, it looks like I can hear it coming. Just a heads up to you out there. We're gonna shift focus though for a minute here. So, like where I was talking here in the background with somebody about manufactured versus hard volatility, with Uncle JBJ about it. You can see that this is all manufactured fucking bullshit. I'm hoping that you can. This is manufactured volatility, trying to get the market to go down. We have today, tomorrow, we have OPEX, and we have the potential to park the market here. Just quickly looking at the last, we had this, let's see, Thursday's session. I'm looking at Thursday's session here, the high, then the high on Friday. And then I'm looking at Monday, Tuesday. Now Wednesday, we hit this bottom of the range here. It's possible we parked this shit for like 620, 625 or something like that. We're stuck in the range, 618, then the high range is 628, 630. But I'm looking at gamma. And there are gamma bars above, so here, let me just show you this really quick. It's potentially we should be able to trade 6,300 right now into OPEX, believe it or not. But you know how it goes. They don't want to pay that shit or they want that shit to expire or not pay it till it expires, which is the 18th. I've been in this trade for Dixie now for a while, and the Dixie has got like a massive hedge on or hedge on it from Wall Street. Every time it fucking comes for a breakout into these OPEXs, it just gets shanked again. And same thing happened again today with Dixie, and the bullshit surrounding what these reporters are asking for and stuff like that. So I'm looking for trades in the background right now. I'm going to read something to you here. I was looking at CoreWeave. I know that a lot of you guys like CoreWeave out there, and I'm going to post this or talk to you about it really quickly. There was a post today about significant inflows from U.S. retail clients led by CoreWeave. There was $140 million of inflows from UBS retail market-making clients on Tuesday, the largest day of net buying since May 19th, as recent ETF inflows were joined Tuesday by small, broad-based buying across non-Mag 7 stocks. As momentum has turned on early AI winners, retail continues to hunt for the next AI stock, and CoreWeave seems to be the newest stock on their radar, as it finished as the most bought stock across the entire UBS RRMM client platform on Tuesday. So this was yesterday, not today. There was some buying, of course, on, so this is Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. It looks like it was net bought on Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and it's rolling over right now is my point. It's rolling to the downside. There's a giant gap down below it, $133.19. Are any of you out there in that trade? Are you in the CoreWeave trade? What's kind of shocking about this too is that, you know, CoreWeave IPO'd, I want to say in March or April, I think. March or April of 2025, and they had a high of $188. Their original, you know, normally when you come to like a $100, $200, stuff like that, you'll start they'll auto sell you at like 180, or excuse me, 188.50. Then they'll try to sell you again at or if it's like $100, it's like $88 or whatever. And they almost hit $200. They hit $188.50, almost to a pin strike, right? That's why I'm always looking for cash market prices to be you know, like zeros, fives, and then are we trading below or above by $2.50, believe it or not. So this CoreWeave stock, I know that a lot of you guys like it. I know it's a big meme stock. It's CRWV, if you've never traded it. We're going to take a quick look at it right now to see if this helps anybody out there for, hey, is this a stock that's worth buying or not? There's a couple gaps down below. There's a gap at 104.30. It traded a low already of 123.81. There's a gap at 136 and 133. We're going to take a quick look at it down here on the right-hand side. And then we'll get into some, the market's not moving right now, so there ain't shit going on. And I'll give you guys I'll give the pro traders expectations for tomorrow. And it kind of sucks because this is, if you're ever looking for, I mean, look at this right here. Look at that. This is UMAC, right? And I'm looking for an unclench here. I want to buy UMAC down here, and it ain't happening. We got a little bit of an unclench here on Monday, and they bought it all up. It's just not going to happen. And I just want another chance to get this. I mean, there's some other things going on in the market right now that's similar. You can't shake. We can't even manufacture volatility. It makes me wonder if CRWV, CoreWeave. So we're going to take a look at this stock right here. And do I have any? Yeah, I've got no drawings in this stock. So let's take a look at this one really quick. You're not shaking CoreWeave either. Now, price is underneath the daily trigger on CoreWeave, and I don't like that. I don't like. Shit, I might lose. I think I'm going to lose power here. I don't know how close that is. I don't think it's that close, but it sounds like it sounds ominous. Maybe it's because it's the edge of the storm. But what's significant about this CoreWeave is I still don't like it where it is. I don't like that the daily trigger is turning down. I don't like that price is still underneath the daily trigger. There can be an argument, though, that this could turn to the upside. If you look at it on a daily basis, let's take a peek at it. Hold on there. Turn this up. And Jesus Christ. I just thought that was closer than I expected. See that? Starting to turn positive again on daily velocity. But you know, it's still not, the potential of it is still not there. I don't have any confidence in that. If you look at this on a 30-minute basis, take a look at it here. Smooth's moving up a little bit now, just ping-ponging around. Let's check CoreWeave on a 30-minute. Do we even get any 30-minute information, maybe? Let's see. I could be losing the stream here. I might have already lost the stream. There we go. The hourly velo is a little overbought. The daily, though, is turning. You can see it turning positive right here. even though price is not above. It's turning positive, so that's got good. That's got some good, like possibly good upside potential, but it still hasn't proven itself. So the one thing that I would say to you here would be you've got this breakout right here, or you've got this what we think is the low right here, right? You've got this what we think is a low right there, and you can kind of see this and this right here. It kind of looks good, but it's still kind of garbage. So I don't know if I like this one specifically right now. I'd really like to see a back test. I'd really like to see this back test. More down over here, either here or even right here. And then come above. So there could be a dip buy down below here. And you still have this, there's another fucking gap right here at 100. These gaps could kind of stay away. But I just don't like it.
Crude August futures settle at $66.38 a barrel, down 14 cents, 0.21%.
SPY trading higher again, trade 623.38
cents a gallon. NYMEX gasoline August futures settle at around $2.14 a gallon.
Let's look closer here.
Gas August futures settle at around $3.55.
Now on a monthly basis, look at this shit. Like here's the monthly basis right here.
Well, it's
hold on here.
Again. It's Donald J. Frick.
Turn that shit off. So here's a monthly right here. And this is noteworthy. Nope. SPU's starting to trade higher now. Wrong one, 20. And there's a significant, there's some significance here. So if you look at this month right here, so you got this prior month right here. Hold on here. Got a month right here. And this new month traded down, but it left this 20% right here. I want you to see this right here. So you can see that we're still bullish. And the dip was bought on this ticker. You can see it right here. This is bullish, not bearish. Last month, let's see here. Just want to write last month comparison. Put that over there. No, on a weekly basis here. You can see it right here. This is the bottom of that candle right there. And this is pretty fucking bullish here. Even though it looks bearish on its surface, and velocity is not telling you anything at all. There is some lower sweeps down below. Uh-oh, there goes my power. I'm getting like a direct storm over my fucking house right now. I got like a literal, I just had like